Welcome everybody. Let's just make sure everything is running. Mic looks good for on my side. There goes YouTube and there goes Twitch. So it looks like everything is streaming through correctly to you guys. Again, as always, if you notice any issues with the stream, audio, in particular audio, I changed how I'm handling volume mixing in the background. So the peaks, if we, like yesterday I sound blasted you guys, it shouldn't have been too bad. I have a cap set. I reduced that a decent amount, so the maximum possible volume from background music is much lower now. My standard talking is nearly hitting the maximum volume possible for my personal voice. So if my talking is a comfortable level for you guys, then you shouldn't have to worry about if the dog barks or I'm watching the kids today, if one of them come through screaming or something like that. You shouldn't have to worry about any spikes too much further above my standard talking voice. Background music is about half of its max volume. So if we have another issue like yesterday where I kick something on and it blares real loud, it'll be the max volume it can possibly play at will be much lower now. It also gives me a lot more control on my side when we need to listen to something, like when we're messing with the audio and trying to listen to the sound effects and things like that, where we're trying to go through and I need to be able to hear something. I can play it at a comfortable volume for me and not have to worry about it being too loud for you guys. So I had to make some tweaks to that. It should be right around where it was before. That was kind of the goal in the current state. So hopefully I hit that. If not, if the background music is too low, anything along those lines, just let me know. I also tweaked the overlay box a little bit. So you are going to, there was no good way to do it, unfortunately, because again, I am just using a screen capture section from YouTube, so I can give the required attribution. I was using YouTube Music before, which worked out phenomenally. It's a very consistent, rigid pattern, so I was able to screen capture it and no issues. The problem with the No Copyright Sounds YouTube channel, or YouTube in general, is it resizes. So giving attribution's a little difficult. But according to all of their documentation, all I need to do is give attribution in my description. And it should be good. I like to go a little bit above and beyond on this one. I keep putting my hand over here because all that stuff's on my left. I really should swap my camera. Technically, if you look up there in the on your screen, it should be the top left corner. The up there, the song and artist should be playing for or showing for all of these. Again, I'm sorry, in some of these cases it's going to show subscribe buttons or like, dislike, things like that. It's all comes down to how much text is in the title, and then it will resize based on that. So I had to increase it enough to where it consistently gets all of the size required every time to ensure proper attribution. And so for some of the shorter titles, it's going to have a bunch of extra stuff in there. Some of the longer titles, it's barely gonna fit. So get what we get. Don't throw a fit. All right, so for today, we need to lock down enough of the game that we can submit, because while I plan on streaming Friday, we'll see. There's a lot going on in my life right now, which is why I barely got to work on the game at all. Outside of the few hours we've had on stream, that's just life sometimes, and there's not much I can do about that. Hopefully come Friday, we'll get a good day of, maybe streaming, maybe not, in to just run through things, but it's all gonna come down to what's going on, how I'm feeling, stuff like that. So my intention for today is to get our submission in. We can update it later. but I want to get it to the point where we are comfortable submitting. We have 3 to 4 hours. I might be able to go a little bit longer, but that's about what we're looking at on time-wise. So we're going to be trying to jump through these things real quick. That being said, if we launch our game, you'll immediately see the most important thing here, aside from, you know, this level's kind of whatever. We have a loss condition, but we don't have a win condition in our level. So we kind of need to figure that out. I think the first thing we need to do is clean up this level a little bit, add an end goals like zone area that we can run to, and then add a second level so we can get the transition between levels working. So let's do that. So we need to start by going to our maps. We've got our level 0, which is currently empty. This was meant to be our tutorial level. I don't think we're going to have time for this. Level 1 is our first proper level. And then if we go to add child node, nope, not add child node. I want to duplicate, and we'll get a level 2. All right. Does this have a script attached to it? It does. Okay, well, what does our script do? All of these variables were for our generation, as well as this. All of these are functions, and then ready was blocked out because we're no longer using it. We don't need this script anymore. So can we detach the script? Detach script. And then in this one, let's go ahead and, oh, hey, look, this detach script, detach script. What do you know? Now we don't have to worry about that. Honestly, our level shouldn't need to know anyways. I want to create the exit as a object in our world anyways. So we can just add a new folder. You want up, Nay? Hey, girl. We're going to call this, I want to call it structures, because then we can have things like hallway segments and stuff like that that we can stitch together really easily. So maybe we do that. Structures. Sure. And then we can go into our structures, and we can add a new scene. And this scene is going to be our exit. Okay. In our exit scene, let's save these. We go to level 1. Let's add a new node 2D. We're going to call this rename to structures. We're going to put them all there, and then we're going to add a new node. This is just for organization, node 2D. And we're going to rename this one to enemies. I should probably follow convention that we're using elsewhere and use capitals on this. So we're going to grab these and we're going to put them in here. And then in structures, we can now add our exit. Just 1 second, I got a text message. We need to deal with that later. Something I don't want to think about right now. Alright, they're going to drop that out. We've got our trunk player. Okay, so we've got narrowed down to, we're going to need this at some point. Hang on. Sometimes when I've got my headphones on, music going and stuff like that, and the kids make noises, I worry. All right. So we've got our level 1. we need our nav region. We're going to clear everything. If I bake with nothing, does it do anything? No. I need to create a region large enough to fit this. And then we can bake. See, it gets everything. We don't want that though. It's working like we wanted for the walls. Don't get me wrong. But it's not doing what we want for the floor. Because our floor layer should... so we're looking at floors. If we go to tile set and we go to paint. See, we have navigation layers on all these. So this should be non-navigatable. So 8 shouldn't be able to navigate anywhere outside of that. Whatever. We don't have time to deal with it. We are going to just bake it as is. We just will change the shape to roughly fit what we're looking for, make sure walls are in place correctly, and go with it. So. Let's see. Exit. We need to create something in our exit is the most important thing to start it off. So let's start by adding a child node that is our tile map layer, which is going to be walls. And then we're going to add a child node that is our floors. Walls need to go over floors. So I did that in this one. Yeah, floor, then wall. There's floor layer to be consistent, and wall layer. All right, so in our floor layer, we can now paint. Before we paint, we set our tile set, which we will quick load. This is floor, so floors, and then this one, let's quick load walls. So I should probably double check that 48 by 48. 48 by 48. And then in here, 48 by 48. Okay, so it is loading all of the properties. Good. All right, so we've got floor first. Let's make our building use these. We're going to do 3 by 3 rooms. No. Maybe we do 4 by 4 rooms. That way we can sit it on the exact center point. I mean, technically we don't need to sit on the center point. Actually, we shouldn't sit it on the center point. We should sit it on the top left corner so that we can align them correctly, which means we can do 3 by 3 rooms. No problem. And then we can take our wall layer. See, the problem we're gonna have, let's just grab this section here and we'll drop it in aligned. That's it. That's the entire space we have available to us. If we drop in the other one, like, we can't make this 3 by 3. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we do 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got that walling section like that. If we then do something like this, nope, that's not what we want. This. Yeah, it looks good. And then we can grab floor. There it goes. Weird. Now we have exit. It had to be a 5x5 just to get a 3x3 usable area. But we did it. We don't have any sort of stairs, doors, anything like that. So I'm not sure what we can do. If I add a new child node for a tile map layer, and then we import a new tile set, or sorry, we create a new tile set, which we need to go to tile set, and then we can add environment. Didn't upload those. Downloads. I believe we're using the modern interiors, if I remember correctly. It's not bad. This one has door shapes in it. Can we rotate through the? Let's do interiors, 48 by 48. Room building. So this gives us arches for our doorways. That being said, there's an actual arch. So I don't know. Oh, here's the wall shape around. I got it. That makes sense. Interiors, 40 by 48. There we go. We want to do. What is this? Oh. So we have double doors, elevator doors. Maybe that's what we go with. Here's stairs. Here's smaller stairs as well. The top of stairs. Perfect. We need desks. This gives us so much stuff. This is a fantastic set. I'm looking for exit options. I think these staircases at the very top are going to be probably going to be our best. These are more table options, so it would work. The staircase, I mean, it would work as a staircase. It doesn't really fit, though, is the problem. Fireplace is nice. I think these are meant to be shelves. That's definitely meant to be shelves. Might be able to make that art. Maybe. This would be an interesting window option for us. If we need to include windows anywhere. I think the plan, oh, this is a good one too. I think the plan here is going to be to take this full set and then let it just auto tile. Because it should be a 48 by 48. So we can just import it and get the auto tiling going. And then we have a few options for stairs. We can just jump in the top one. Like, we don't need to do anything extravagant for it just yet. The important thing is getting it in there. It was interiors, room building subfiles. No. Was it interiors? Yeah, it was interiors, 48 by 48. Interiors, this was the one. All right. So, 48. 48. Then we went to tile set. Add, atlas. Right. We need this to exist within the assets folder. Oh, not just the assets folder. Close. Assets, environment. Let's move you in here. It's a big file. This might take a second. There we go. Rename. Let's call this. I don't want to call it obstacles. Sure, we'll just call it interiors. It's called objects. It's weird. It's importing from a rename, but whatever. And then we can drag this into Fiddlelettuce. I think it's still thinking. All right, well, whatever. We'll click the plus sign. Atlas objects. Yes. Don't think it did anything. I wonder if this is too large. Okay, if I go to open file manager. It exists. Okay. Maybe I just need to restart Godot. So let me just save these. Exit is what we're looking at. We were currently working on this tile map. Okay. Let me re-import that. Assets, environment. It's weird that's showing up empty. Okay. Well, let's I'm my guess, if I were to guess in this, my guess is that this file is too large for Godot to parse properly. So let's find where this fits in. Theme sorter? Okay. Not what we're looking for. A hospital, maybe? That is that the one that would have a stairwell? So if we go on by order, generic would be the one with the stairwell. It is. Here's our stairwell. This would be the case. It doesn't matter. All right. Boom. Hey, got a thumbnail. Okay, that's a good start. We'll come back to the rest of that later. Let's delete. Just to be safe, let's delete that first, and then we'll delete this. Yep. All right. Generic. So rename. Nope, that's not what I meant to do. Rename. There we go. All right. Let's call it. Sure, we'll just call it generic. Why not? Then we'll go to our tile set and we will add Atlas. Generic. Yes. There we go. This is what we wanted. Okay. So we can use these stair options or we can use these stair options. I think these are our best bet. This is meant to be the top of the stairs that fades down. This is the bottom of the stairs that fades near the top. So this should be how we handle the entrance to a floor. And this should be how we handle the exit to a floor, which locks us into a very specific direction, unfortunately. That's fine though. So let's paint. We need to do a physics layer. Right. First off, let's do generics layer. We need to add physics layer. And then we need to add navigation layer. And then we need to add occlusion layer. All right, so all we really care about the stairs right now. So if we go in here to tile set, boom, paint, and then we select our physics layer. Hang on, I just got a call from my partner and she's out driving right now. So I need just a minute and I'll be right back. I will go ahead and start an ad so we don't have to deal with it later. Alright, we are back. Terribly sorry about that. I literally just had my wrist brace. Luckily, I keep multiple on around my desk. That was just my partner. She had to drive. The roads are mostly clear, but I got concerned when she called. So I had to pick up. But she is fine. They just had to move her appointment back. So, all right, since we're locked in on our stair position, I think what we need to do is let's go to our wall layer and remove our walls. Let's do the same for our floor layer with floors. So, ooh, do we have... Should we put a doorway on it? I wonder. Let's put a doorway on it. We're gonna need doorways elsewhere, so we might as well get it all linked up. One of these somewhere had the arches for doorways. I like that approach. I was tempted to go the route of like actual doors that you can open and close. First off, I don't know if you noticed when we look through here, there are no open doors. So can't really do that. And secondly, that means we need to add interaction logic and triggers and things like that, which is a bunch of extra coding. And we are on a pretty rigid time constraint right now. So removing that is probably good. Or not increasing our scope on that front is probably good for us. He was in a room builder. Yeah, there we go. So let's add entryways. Rename. Maybe we should pluralize this like all the others. Generics. There we go. All right. We are going to need another layer. Actually, we should probably add that to the walls layer. So let's add another atlas, which is our entryways. We're gonna need a paint on these with a physics layer. There we go. Tile set. Ah. Do we actually want to add anything to this? We don't want collision up here. We're gonna need occlusion layers for it. is going to be weird because from the viewpoint that we have here, we want to be able to see everything when we're on this side of it. From the other side, technically what we want to block the vision at is we want all of it to be blocked except for the doorway. Like, we don't want the door entrance itself to be blocked. Like, we want light to be able to, vision to be able to come through here, which means we don't want to block this upper portion. So I guess we just add strip occluders on the segmented sides, maybe? Something like this. I don't know which of these I'm using, and it's so easy to tile all of these. I might as well just pop it in. I am starting to regret this because there are definitely more of them than I was expecting. It just keeps going forever. I don't quite know what I want to do for the top, because if we add an occlusion layer that connects all the way across, we have the issue that it blocks vision completely. And so if we connect across this line here, which is how you would expect visibility to go, the second we connect across that, it will completely black out everything below it, even if we don't have an occlusion in that area. So it's not like we can occlude partially, I guess is what I'm saying. So we can't connect across it. The only thing I can think to do would be to add something like that. Just extend it up. It is significantly faster not having to pay as much attention to where things are going. I think this is the best we can do. I can't come up with a better way of handling this off the top of my head. This is something I probably just need to spend some time researching, but we don't have time for me to get lost in the rabbit hole of research right now. So we go quick. All right. That should give us our entryway structure. So what we want to do is we want to take our tile map. We want to grab something like this. Is too wide. So if we do here, what are all of our walls made of right now? We have a wall layer. It's just this right now. So we should have an entryway that matches that. Does this match it? These go up even higher. Wow. Okay, well, let's paint that there. And then paint that there. And then we'll grab, let's grab the less fancy one. It can't be on the same tile set. Damn. I didn't think about that. Okay, so we can't even have these two parts in the same tile set. Can I put down a wall? And then if I go to entryway, it can't be part of the same layer. Oh no. So walls need to be in their own layer, which can have all the stuff we just did. All this wall stuff can go in there, but the arches need to be in their own layer. So we need to add a new, should I just add it to the generics layer? It would prevent me from doubling up on it. But I don't see why I would try and double up on arch anyways, so. Tile set, add, atlas. Entryways, open. So if we go to walls, wall layer, walls. Nope, entryways. This is what we want. Actually, we do want walls. We want to go with right. We need to look at it from the tile map standpoint, not the tile set standpoint. Let's do that. And then boom, 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 boom. And then we'll put that there. And then we want that there, and we want that there. You know, I just realized we need to actually be taller than that. Nope. Yeah. There we go. Okay. And then we can go to the entryways and let's find our, oh, we don't want that. We need to find the wall segment that matches, which I think is this one. Does that match? It looks like it matches. So we'll grab that. We'll grab that. All right. So we have walls set up. We then need to take generics. No, we need to go to the generics layer, tile set, entryways, and we need to add the occlusion layer. Tile set, paint, occlusion layer. I think we should go ahead and just paint this one as well, just to be safe. And then we can flip horizontally. Boom, boom, boom. We should probably remove all of these, to be honest. Set up. Margin separation. Is there a way? Can I just erase? Yeah, there we go. I don't want to accidentally draw these in this layer because it's the wrong one. I should probably do this in the other layer to get rid of the arches themselves too. Let me just remember. All right, and then if we go to the wall layer, entryways, tile set, erase. There we go. And then we can go generics layer, entryways. Make sure erase isn't on. We're on tile map. Okay, so we can grab this, plop it in. We have an entryway. Okay, first step. All right, we are locked in this direction. So let's grab that. I don't know of a good way to wrap this. Maybe we just put floor layer. We decided we wanted to go with this one. So tile map, floors. This goes there. Man, it's hard to see the shadows on this. So this goes along the wall edge. I don't know how far. We need this flipped horizontally to go here. This here, flip horizontally to go here. Okay, so that did work. So we put that there, and then flip horizontally to go there. And then we need to, that did line up right. Yep, okay, so that, and then we'll flip horizontally to go there. Right, flip horizontally to go there. And then we need sidebar shadow down through here. And then we flip horizontally and sidebar shadow down through here. And then we need unshadowed like that. It's a lot of very particular styling on it. Still doesn't quite look right to me. There's nothing in here. Is there anything in the wall layer that would, what's going on here? Interesting. Okay. If we take the walls and wrap them along this, rotate. Nope, other way. It doesn't overlap in a way that looks correct, though. Which also means I can't just place this here, because that's also going to look weird. What if we just bump the wall up against it? Would that solve our problem? So we have a continuation segment here, so we should be able to just stretch wall down. And then over here, stretch wall down. And then we would want to take the upper corner. No, we need it to come from above. This is the up and over corner. So it would be this. This corner's out. We need a corner in. I mean, technically that's this one, but I need the connector for it. So when it comes down to it, what size are we doing? 2, 4, 6 wide and 2, 4, 6 tall. So realistically, we want to cut right across here like this. So if I just do that, and I go to my generics layer and I remove this, and then we take this, this. We could do that. I would need to set the Y layer. Okay, so we need ordering, Y sorting enabled, yes. And then we go here and we go ordering No. Floors are always on bottom. Ordering. Yes. Ordering. Yes. And then we can go to the tile set for the generics. Entryway. No. For this one. And we can say paint property. Y sort origin can be $24. We don't need these to be Y sort. Well, we don't need this to be Y sorted. First up, floor. Make sure we're not painting there. Let's get rid of those, and then we'll get rid of these. Definitely need to get this to paint correctly. I mean, technically, you don't see it anyways. Sorry about that. I'm sure that face was hilarious. All right. Aside from our corners, I think this is looking pretty good. So if we go to the wall layer, find our walls. We want the outer cornering segment with an inner tilt. This gives a weird perspective, I'm just realizing. The reason this gives a weird perspective is because both sides are caving inwards. We should be having perspective from one direction. So if, let's assume that we are, do we want to be at origin? No, we're always uniform because we're overhead. So if we tile map, generics layer, there it goes, the pencil icon for it. From the perspective standpoint, we would want to come in as if we were facing in from the same direction every time. I kind of wanted to do it from the perspective that we're looking at it like so, at an angle, which means that we would see this wall, but we wouldn't see this wall. At least not the interior portion of this wall. Which means on this side, we want something like wall layer, pencil, there we go. It would still need the cornering bracket. We can't just throw this in because that would give us weird wall segments. I don't want to just throw that in because that doesn't help us. Unless we want to go true top down. That's not what we're looking for. I mean, it's got to be one of these corner pieces. It's not like that makes sense. These square intersections are the other option. I don't know why we have weird overlap ones like this when we have all the other options. Is this to give us variance so we can drop that in instead? No, it doesn't even line up. So we'd have to use this one. Gives a different shadow depth. Which is real annoying because we don't have anything on the third layer that lines up with it. Is this... I'm guessing this is so we can do 2 high instead of 3 high. It's probably exactly what that is. We've got 2 high wall segments here, but 3 high here. So this would corner in and out. I want it to corner across here at the end, though, is the problem. This would be the one to continue the wall down. But again, these are all set to 2 high perspectives, which don't work with those archways. Right? I mean, technically it does work with the archway. If we go to the floor layer, no, wall layer, and we remove that, I mean, technically, just cut that. It looks off. For sure it looks off. That looks even more off though. Let's go back to these. And that to there. The cornering segment is a problem. Oops. I don't want it to just be like this. This looks wrong to me. And so this is how I'd expect to handle it, would be one of these corner pieces like this. But all of the cornering pieces are meant for walling out, not cornering up. So I don't know quite what to put in there to make that look right. Okay, and then again, wall coming in from this angle, which means we kind of want, I guess it'd be this. We would segment it like so. Maybe we segment it like that. That looks real off. Do we have, nope, that'd be inward. Our only option to keep with this structure would be to do this. And then we have a corner piece that would hit here. The shadows on it are wrong. The shadows on it are real wrong. But it would be cut that out, and then we would put that in. Like that. That is too steep. I think we're kind of stuck doing this weird perspective. I can't think of a way around it. Oh, right. We grabbed the wrong one. Here, snap that like that. There. And I don't think there's a way we can make these walls look right either. But this is an enclosed tiny little room. This will be our exit. And then we just need to put a area 2D. Add a collision polygon. Collision shape. We're going to do a rectangle, and then we're going to something like this. And then this will need a script attached to it. Cancel. Let's try that again. Selecting exit. There we go. Great. And then we just need to know when the player enters. Actually, we don't need to know anything about that. We literally just need to have a node for this signals. There should be a body entered. It's the area 2 that has a body area entered. Body entered. Here we go. Body on exit, and then we should be able to just print. Or sorry, if body is player. Print. Test. Then we can go to level 1, 2D. We can find our exit structure. You can drag this over to here. And let's play. I'm not sure what we changed. No player is bound in there. What happens when we run this? We need to fix that for sure. This is also a bug we fixed a while back. How is get tree null? This was literally all running and operating perfectly fine this morning. All right, so it's got to be something we changed in player. I wish I would have committed my changes and pushed them, and I've just been slacking on that, and it's coming back to bite me now. Player scene, here we go. Let's turn on. This gets enabled as needed. Also, I just noticed we're spawning in an incorrect spot. Let's just check and see if this is printing. Test. Okay. So it is registering that we entered into this. And our vision a little wonky, but it is technically correct. When we enter inside of this, it gets wonky. So we probably want to remove this segment here that we're standing in. And add collision on this one and maybe remove the segment here. Also, we should be able to walk through these. So let's make a few changes. Let me just look at that light for a second. I think I know what's going wrong. So if we go to game scene, let's turn this on. Nope, not that. Not that. Game scene. This is on. Inspector. Blend mode subtract. I know at least one thing that changed that might be doing this. Let's go back to our maps. Level 1, and we are going to reattach the cancel map script. It's still spawning us in a weird location, but that's fine. We have something that we added in our map script that this is our player start. This is one thing. Honestly, that's it. I wonder if not having this vector was causing it to error out and missing some things. So that then asks the question, what happens if we get caught? Okay. Data.tree is null. This is null. Which tells me the player's already been removed. Q3, I think is what it's called. Okay, what if it's tied to the enemy script? Entities, enemy, free. It's called within player. I know the player script is what actually ends up removing it. Capture. State changed to capture. Player state. Oh, right. State. Capture. State machine moves to capture. See in here, in the physics process, it checks colliders and then it'll call capture. Collider is player, collider.capture. And then see capture. Remove. Free. Go to the player script. Remove. 3. It's not deleting either. Get tree is supposed to get the root tree too. So we've somehow deleted the root tree without deleting the root tree. Returns the scene tree. It's not inside the tree, generates an error, and returns null. So it's saying it's not inside of a tree. If we go to game, let's open the game scene. I mean, this is our player model, by the way. So it's obviously within the tree. This removes map children. Free. Again, this is the only place where we remove anything. Dollar map is this object here. This is how we add and remove the scenes, so the levels. Which should have 0 impact on any of this. That is wild to me. The weirdest part is this was working for a long time. I wonder if it still works if I run into them. It's when they run into me that it's a problem. In both cases, it's animation finish is what triggers all of this. It's all triggered initially by calling this function. Because if we look in our physics process here, is collider an enemy? Yes, it is. Collider.state is updated to capture, so the enemy does their capture animation, and then we call capture on ourselves. If you go to the enemy script, it's the inverse of that. Update your own state to capture, and then call capture function on the collider. But this throws an error. This doesn't throw an error. Is player and collider dot what we call the value on player that tells us the player is currently active. Is it enabled? Pretty sure it's enabled. It's the right. It's not calling one of the placeholder ones that we use for selection. Can I call self dot? GD script get root scene tree. problem is this is null, which means we can't even call get tree.root. I can't call get. What about get owner? Get owner. Dot root dot. Okay. So dot root is not an option. Get tree dot root dot. Non-existent function reloaded on is base window. Okay. There we go. And so I should still be able to start a run, pop into here, ditch him, run into this guy. So this works. It's wild to me that stopped working. I must have changed structure on something somewhere that would start causing issues without realizing it. All right, well, that's fixed. This prints when we get here. So let's introduce on the, we have map. Let's call level scene. No, these two are meant to go together. So let me rename this to map for the map scene. So these two are meant to work together. Let's now create a new script. We're going to call level. This is our level scene. We need to immediately pull the player start into our level scene. That's the first thing we need to do. I don't think anything else in here is relevant, to be honest. I mean, maybe this would be useful. No, I don't. We handle it in a different way. This was used for our internals, for generating. These were all used for doing our map generation. So I'm pretty sure this is the entirety of what we need. Looks like our timing is off on ads right now. So pre-roll's just enabled, which is a pretty big issue for us. I'm also getting low on coffee and need to check messages. So I am going to run an ad break. We're going to do a slightly longer one to hopefully get us back on track. We're only off by 5 minutes, but how they do their auto ads is a little weird. So I'm going to run a 3-minute ad break. That'll give me enough time to, go to the bathroom, get coffee, check messages, stuff like that. So I'm going to handle that. I will be right back in roughly 3 minutes, and we'll continue from there. Thanks, guys. And we are back. Sorry about that. Still didn't get through everything, but you know, I got so many things going on. I got through enough. That's what's important. All right, let's get back to work. This is our start location. We need to set this for each entry point. Ideally, it's always 0, 0. Makes life a lot easier. That's what we were getting in here for. We now have a level script. Just make sure we're not breaking things again. Okay. Again, we need to fix this. But this happens when we spawn within the range of them. The second we move, it's self-fixing. Great. Owner, tree, reload. How did we break it this time? I don't understand why this will work for a little while, and then I change something completely unrelated and it stops working. Literally the entire change from when this ran last is I swapped the script from using, which was only using this, from this script to this script, which only uses this, and now it's broken. I don't understand what would trigger that or cause that issue. It worked the second time through. It errors on first time collision, but works on repeats after we reload the first time. Print get owner. Output exists. Can I reload current scene on a node? It's the correct node. This node only, not this node, sorry. Our game scene node. This only exists within a tree sometimes. There's nothing in here that can remove this node from the root tree. What if we get node root? Root. This gets the root node. which should have a git tree on it. This can never not exist, which means this should always be there. All right. We've now landed in a situation where the root node of the entire thing doesn't exist. Sometimes. Because if I start this run and I connect with, well, I need to be the one that contacts them, not the other way around. So I need to collide with them, so it triggers the player script. Boom. Oh, yep, there we go. Now, if they capture me, it works fine. So after we reload once, we have a root node. Makes 0 sense. I mean, the obvious thing to do here is I mean, the super obvious thing to do here is that in like the brain dead version of it is just to go into here and do reload current scene. Right, I can't do it every time. I just need the very first time we load. Interesting. How do we not have a root node? Wait, what? Now it works. Now it doesn't work. It's so intermittent. Oh my god. So we know get owner works. I guess technically we don't have to restart everything. Or sorry, reload the scene. We could. So if we do this, the game scene script, let's introduce a func reset. Get tree dot reload current scene. We'll try this. And this is called game. So in player, if get owner is game, get owner dot reset. Get owner. Try it again. All right, it's only the first time that this is a problem. How can it sometimes have a root node and sometimes not? Godot sometimes doesn't have root node. Incorrect path usage with root. Using the absolute path like get node / root assumes the very specific hierarchy. Attached to an instantiated root code and paths relative to orphan nodes. A node must be part of the scene tree to use functions like a get tree. If a node is instantiated but not yet added to the tree with add child, it cannot find the root. Problem is we literally use /root. Get node /root. This should be the root node of the game. Dot. We can't call get tree on it because it's not always part of a tree. It's the problem we're running into. Here. If get tree not equal to null, reload scene. Which means it'll do nothing in some cases. Why is it skipping our animation? So if we go to our player script, it's called game reset. This is correct. When state changes to capture. Oh. No. If state is capture on animation finished, call this. So let's print player-based reset. And then we'll go to our game script and we'll print reset. So when we hit them, nothing's, oh, player-based reset. Player-based reset, player-based reset. Start run. All right, these two happen like it's this second one that is throwing me off. Like, why is this triggering twice? Oh. We don't check to see which animation just ended, do we? Print. Anim end. Anim name. Stop left. Capture. Does the thing. Stop left, capture. Player-based reset. Player-based reset. We only care about capture. So if anim name equals capture and state equals captured and owner is game, seems to be working consistently now. That seems to have fixed it. Okay. That was a weird one. I need to remove this print as well. Well, that problem solved. That was a long time to fix a stupid error. Okay. Level 1. We need to fix the structure on this. Our exit is working though. So if we grab our exit object is what we called them. Structures. Exit structure. We want to call game script next map. We just need to call this function with no parameters. Okay. Did we encode that into our game scene though? We should have a singleton around here somewhere. Classes, game manager, player type, listener, remove listener. In theory, I should be managing it through this, but I don't want to mess with this right now. So I'm just going to, in our exit, let's print out get tree.root. This should be game. It is window. What is it if I call get tree? Scene tree. Can we just call get node root? So this is capital G. So game. Is that a thing we can get? Object null. So no. What is root? Window. I think I have to call it through game manager. Okay. So we'll just call game manager dot next map. And then on, first off, on game script, next map is what it's called. So game manager, we now need to provide a func next map void, which we'll call set var map string int 0. So yeah, map plus equals 1, and then we go through and do our, you know, func call listeners. Call listeners. So that's what we're doing. And then we just call listeners. Oh. And then in our game, game state updated. If player type not equal to that, we run this block of code. If current level not equal to game manager dot get current level, then we want to set current level equal to game manager dot get current level. And then all we need to do is technically, this is our check for it. So player type is cat types and this. So we don't even need this. All next map really does is some string parsing and incrementation. So if we remove this from it, we can just do assignments on next map. So we need to find all locations where we use next map. and instead set current level equal to current level equals 1. Technically, what we need to do here is call game manager dot let's do this. And then we need to remove, first off, map is going to be this and is now going to be variant. Variant. Okay, so current level equals level whenever you provide something. Otherwise, it's going to try and increment. It starts at -1, so the first thing it'll go to is 0. And then it'll call to update listeners. That should work. And then in our game, we now call next map like we were doing before. But now it's game manager dot next map. And we no longer need this next map. And so we need to find all locations where we're using next map. Okay, and what about all locations where we're using current level equals dot next map. We probably should be providing this. So let's do that, and then we'll just call this and do game manager dot get current level. And then in game manager, we will set our current level equal to that. Get current level, right? Game manager, we need a set player type, get player type. So we're effectively doing this. Bunk, get current level. Variant, return current level. Okay, so let's do str conversion on this. Str conversion on this. Current level is in fact a variant. Okay. Well, it skipped past some stuff. So our menu really skipped past things. Okay, so when we're in current level, return. So current level menu sets directionality, attaches the map, sets the light, updates. So when we're in the menu segment, it's not really doing much of anything. So when you initially load in, Also, I feel like we should be using Game Manager as the reset source. So let's do this. If we go to Game Manager, let's call reset here. And then anywhere in our project where we call reset, we're going to call game manager.reset instead. We'll come back to that to make sure it's working in a second. This should work though. Might need to use the root node. We'll see. Problem we're running into though. We set current level equal to current level. Our game manager's current level is menu. That's working. We get a menu when we load. It's looking a little jank, but we get a menu when we load. Oh, nope, it's working fine now. Okay. We click start run, and it shouldn't be skipping past everything. So in our menu, this is our background. On new run, game.new run, where game is the game scene. So if we go to game, go to game, we need to find new run, which is doing the things, and it's calling game manager character select. We call next map, and we're passing in a string. So in game manager, next map, we have a string. So let's just start by print level. It just did character select, then straight to level 1. Not empty. True. So it should be calling current level equals level. So I should be able to check inside of here and see it set. Okay. Well, that's wild to me. It's calling twice back to back. So if we go back to our game, then we can go to our game state updated, and we should be able to see that this is true. So if we print current level, and then we can game manager dot get current level. Level character select true. Level 1 true. Current is menu. Game 1. Current 1. Game 1. Why did it call twice here? So I need to find every location where we call this. Print entered. Print. Oh. We don't check to make sure that these don't match. So we need to add one more case to this. So player.type is not equal to game manager dot. No, is not equal to player type. And player type is not equal to $player type. Let's try that. Player type is not equal, or is cat type. Player type is not equal to that. Player type equals none. Game manager's player type should be none. So if we go to game manager and we look at the player type, dot none. We selected a cat, loaded us into the scene. There we go. It erred because that doesn't exist. Current level setter, remove a collision object. Okay. Okay. So we did all that. Now inside of our, let's go back to the game scene. Now inside of our game manager, we can remove this. This is working correctly. This is all working correctly. When we do reset, we need to verify this is still working. So let's check that. Actually, let's stop the thing. We need to set this back to menu, this back to none. We need to test that this works. Okay, everything looks good. Let me do a fresh run and immediate contact with them chasing me. Boom, confirm. All that's working. Find print. Right, it's in the game script. Find print. Now we need to check for scene transition to next scene. But before we do that, we need to introduce our next scene because we only have one here. So let's add preload for our next scene, which we will do this level 2 that we created. We need to fix our level layout and stuff still. That works. So we can transition between scenes. We do still need to, when we do the transition, we need to make sure that we reset player location to the new spawn point. Player type. So this is setting the cat. This is setting current level. So if we go into the listener for current level, we remove existing children, instantiate the map, add it, set player visible, set player position to player start. Map is map. This is now level. And we need to go into here and do class name level, so that we're triggering these. Class name level, class name map. Okay. Again, we don't need those. We might at some point, but we don't right now. level. You're still linked to map. Okay, so let's disconnect you. Undo. Disconnect you, and then reconnect you to level. So it's level 1, level 2, level 1, level 0. All right, let's try that again. We should be able to transition to the next scene. It should bump us back to that start location. Yeah, it's instant. We should probably pause while we do the transition, huh? We could do a fade. So let's add that. That would be part of game. What we can do is when we first enter into this area, the first thing we probably want to do is pause equal true. We run through, we do all this stuff. Then in the game scene, hang on, I just got a notification. All right, just making sure everything's okay. So we are going to want to pause the tree. Let's create a new node. Do I want to bind it this way? Yeah, we probably should. No, let's do it one off. So we do all this stuff. And then the last thing we want to do here is set up a var timer equals timer dot new timer dot one shot equals true timer dot start on 0.5 timer dot connect for timeout. This is gonna be get tree dot paused. It's false. And then timer dot should probably be up here actually. Timer dot process mode equals always. And then timer, oh wait, we also, I think we need to, what is it? Add child timer. And then we, in here, we want to remove child timer and then queue free timer. Timer dot queue free. timer. Node signal timeout. Timeout. I did get that right. Print test. Interesting. What am I doing wrong that would prevent this from processing is the question. It's the scene is paused. So maybe I need to pause it after I add child though, or instead of before. So if I do all of this, all but this, we'll say. I'm wondering if I can't add things to the scene tree while the scene tree is paused. So instead of that, let's do that. I am still not getting a printout for it though. Our pause is working. I guess I could just add it. We will be using it from time to time. So let's do transition timer. And we are going to add a node here that is timeout for this. And it will do the logic we were defining up here, which is this. At least a subset of it. It doesn't need to remove itself anymore. We can remove that. We don't need that. In our inspector, let's set the mode to always, one shot to true, wait time to 0.5 seconds. We should be able to figure all of that out, and then we can just call transition timer dot start. Print test. Oh, that's unfortunate. Process callback on idle. Wait time 0.5 seconds. One shot is true. It's not set to auto start, so we need to expressly call start on it. Process mode is set to always. What if I set it to when paused? Nothing. Why aren't you activating? I know it's included. It's in the scene here. Let me save just to make sure. It's in the scene there. It's not disabled. This scene, I know for a fact is there because it's our root level scene that controls everything, so it wouldn't be displaying anything otherwise. Also, I noticed the cats over here are offset to the right. It kind of bothers me. 2D. Okay, so we need the game script again. Actually, we want the full game scene. What would make a timer not trigger besides pausing? Here, let me remove this line and remove this line, and it just should print half a second after. It's not because it's paused. We are calling start on it always, right? Barring it airing out when we transition our level, which we know we're doing because it's how we transition from menu to character select. This should be getting the default value that we provided, but maybe it's not. It's that stupid animation thing we were fighting with the other day. All I want it to do is print. It's set to always process. Let's wait 5 seconds. We'll one-shot it with an auto start. Everything else is defaults. That one's working. So if I delete that, remove that, let's just reset everything back to defaults. One shot auto start. It's on 1 second test. It's gonna, every second it should be printing out according to, oh no, I set one shot, never mind. All right, one shot, let's remove auto start. And we'll go back to calling start manually. Thank you for the follow. So that should have triggered it. Interesting. If we print start timer, I mean, the only explanation is we're not getting to this line of code. We're not. Somehow. Do we have a return? Oh, we do have a return, right? Damn. That would explain everything. All right. Well, in that case, because this logic down here is only in the case where it's not a named one, and so it's a numerical level. I forgot about that. Right. So we need to place it there. Hey, we're getting our test now. Okay. So we want to add always processing, one shot, 0.5 seconds. This gives us the timer for our transitions. We need to pause the tree and then inside of the logic resume the tree. Won't let me click start anymore. One shot. Okay. I should probably do this and then start and then we pause. all my click interactions are broken. So remove pause. I shouldn't need to remove it from there. Click interactions are broken. Oh, what a screw up. Because if we just comment this out. Pass. Let's add this back in. Uncomment this line. Everything's broken. Am I calling the wrong thing? Godot, how to pause tree. It's paused when paused is set to tree. Or sorry, when paused is set to true on the get tree. So this unpauses. This pauses. So why is this ricking? It's currently unpaused and it's just setting it to unpause, so that shouldn't be causing any issues at all. Wow. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm not sure about this one just yet. I'm gonna have to think about this for a second on what would possibly be causing this. We've got an ad coming up in 30 seconds. It looks like we missed the timing window to keep pre-rolls off, but there's no point in starting it 20 seconds early at this point, because it just means that it'll re-enable in 20 seconds early next time. So this is going to kick off. We'll be back in roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and grab something to drink, and so I'll see you guys when the ads are over. Be back in a few. We are back. Hi. Still don't know why this would be causing any errors. It is printing. Maybe it's never... No? Because I'm never pausing it to begin with. At least I don't think I'm pausing it anywhere. I have to pause it somewhere else. And the menu only processes when it's paused. So what's happening here is we cannot do this on menu scene transitions. That explains it. Okay. So when we go into character select, and when we do transitions with our map, but not when we do menu. Is our select scene classified as a level? It is not, which means technically all we have to do is remove this return here. This will get skipped because it's not a level type. So this will be run in both cases. So that should be fine. We can do false there, true there. It's a little jank. I wonder if we can defer it for a second. Because this is already happening after it's being attached. Because that's up here. So we instantiate and add the child, but it's not having the time it needs to handle setup. So if we set this to 0.1, what we can do, we might need to see if we can go lower than that, but let's try it with that. And then if get tree dot pause equals true, then we will set it to false. And else, this means that it's currently false, in which case we will set it to true. In which case, no, I want to do it explicit like this. I don't want to do it as a swap because we also want the else case to have a game scene. There we go. Dot start 0.5. We didn't notice anything. That's what we want. Because now, when we're running through here, I don't want to be able to move when we first enter. It's only half a second, but it shouldn't have been noticeable. Get tree underscore pause. Oh. Can we reduce this down to 0? Is that an option? I want it to trigger instantly, but not like instantly. That's the minimum transition time we can have right there. That initial gap. What I'm trying to do is see if there's a way we can do what would effectively be a defer in like web tech. I want to defer initial start of this and then kick off the timer. The reason for that being is I want that first tick for it to ready itself. Then it can pause. What if we invert this and then all of our... Well, no, we don't have scripts on this. Thinking maybe we put it in the ready statement, and at the end of the ready statement, it would pause the scene. And so it loads itself in and then just stalls. GD script, how to wait for scene to be ready. Get node, await node.ready. Okay. Await. In all these cases, this is what we did. So map dot ready. In which case we will then do get tree dot paused equal to true, and then start a timer for 0.5 seconds, and then we will strip everything here out back down to the logic we had before, at least for now. I want to add like transitional stuff in here, probably black screen, things like that. Fade black. I didn't notice anything wonky. Here's the question though, is will it stall us from moving for half a second? It did not. So that is not doing what we wanted to do. Let's call this resume. And then up here, map that ready. Print pause. Yeah, it's not. Why is it saying entered? We shouldn't have that printing anymore. Weird. Okay. So neither of these are working, which means await doesn't do anything. What's the debugger saying? Can't change the state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead. Set deferred. Wait until the next frame to ensure the new scene is okay. So can we do something like await get tree dot process frame? Can we just start running instantly? Current level setter can't change the state while flushing queries. Use call deferred or set deferred to change monitoring state instead. Game.gd line 15. I think the line number might be off on that. Game state updated. Which called back to can't change the state. I mean, this is what is being changed. So let me see if I can do that. Let's see if we're gonna get those errors. We were getting them when we ran into here. We are still getting those errors. Seems to be tied to when we add the map. Can't change the state while flushing queries. So we need to wait. What do we need to wait on is the problem. Or set deferred. Let's set deferred. No. Call deferred. Set deferred. We can't do set deferred. We should be able to do set deferred down here for paused. Maybe start. I think call deferred makes more sense though. I think we need to do a call deferred, and we need to provide a method name, which is going to be, I don't know how we're bind child, and we pass in map, and then we will create a function called bind child. Bind child. We should probably do this so we know it's an internal function. And it's going to take in a node. And then it's going to just do this. Job. Does that solve our error? Do. Currently, removing a collision object node during a physics callback is not allowed and will cause undesired behavior. Remove with call deferred instead. Does that mean we need to do call deferred on this now too? We can, after we add the child, we can check and be like, if this not equal to menu, run this. This is now called child. We'll come back to this error in a moment. Right, when we do comparisons on this, because we're using a variant, we need to do a string conversion first. It's all working. Let's see if it will do what we want. Okay, I think it's not. Actually, no, it's not, because it's not printing out our messages. Also, let's up this to like 2 seconds, so it's a noticeable enough one. Not, I don't need it to be noticeable when the game starts. We want it to feel fairly fluid. But during testing, we want it to be like in your face, obvious on what it's doing. So I know if it's working or not. And this is obviously not working. The only thing that's coming to mind is this is never doing the thing. So what if we remove that? Okay. This isn't quite doing what I was expecting. This definitely isn't doing what I was expecting. That's pausing like I would want it to. We need it to tick once, though. Wow. We can't just rely on waiting for a, X number of frames. Like, I can't just, technically I can. It would be really bad to handle this as just like await on frame, and then the next line is await on frame, and so we're just waiting for like 3 frames or something like that. That's going to be a really bad way of handling this. We need to know when child has done its thing. That's the crux of everything here. So call deferred is going to defer the call until, things free up. Once that happens, it's then going to introduce it. This is where it actually, because it already instantiated it, so it removed everything, and then it created the new instance, so it's instantiated. This is just adding it to the scene, which means we still need it to do its ready thing, attached to tree. Await child dot. Because ready's in here. Attached? No. Nope. Is inside tree, maybe? I don't think we're gonna wait on that though. We need it to be an emitter. Not a lot of child dot. There we go. Entered tree would be an option. Tree entered. Let's see if that works. I'm not getting logging, which is a bad sign. Yeah. This is never calling. Does this require us to... Can't just wait on it, it seems. At least in practice, this doesn't seem to be doing anything. Hang on. Just got a text message from the kids' school. No school on Thursday. Yay. Hey, Nene. Do you want up? There you go, girl. All right. This is an interesting one because this is effectively what we want to know when it's done being injected into the tree, but it seems this is just waiting forever and doing nothing because it never gets to this. And if I remove this, so it's not doing both. Ow. 18-year claws are so sharp. Yeah, it's never printing it out, so it's not the double weight. This never emits is the problem, even though it's going through the process of being added. So, like, if I pause it too early, it doesn't do the animation swapping. It doesn't finish its ready logic. If I don't pause it at all, then we can't introduce a scene transition. actually we can introduce a scene transition. It would just require me to do it as part of the level script. It means we don't get it on one of them, but we do get it on all the others. Let me try that. So if we go to our game scene, let's go ahead and delete our transition timer. We're going to remove this. Yeah, we're going to remove that. We're going to remove this. Everything should be working. Yeah. That's all working. If we go to our level script, there we go, level. Funk ready. Void. We now have a reliable way to trigger ready. Let's set up a export. Let's set up a bar timer equals, this is transition timer equals timer.new. Transition timer equals dot one timer dot one shot equals true. Transition timer dot auto start equals false. Transition timer dot process mode equals always. Wait get tree dot something frame, get frame. So this should be wait till the next frame. Then we will call transition timer dot start on 2 seconds. Oh, before that, we also need to function transition done. What are you complaining about? Errors. This one. Oh wait, keyword is unnecessary because the expression isn't a coroutine nor signal. Okay. Dot frame. Process frame. Is that the one? All right. So it should start. Set a timer for 2 seconds, and then it's done. I might as well put the stuff in here. Get tree dot paused equals true. Get tree dot paused equals false. Start. Well, I didn't set this correctly. Process mode, node process mode always. Two Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. No. Okay. Well, there was another one. Mode. Process. This maybe. Process mode. I had it set to always, and that's what I was doing before, and that's pretty much the only thing on here I changed. Transition timer. Right. Process mode equals always add child transition timer. That's not working. Paused equals true. Let's remove that. And pause equals false. Let's remove that. Let's see if that's our problem at all. It's not running. Why are you not running? It's a one-shot auto start disabled, but we're calling start manually with a process mode of always. It's being added. The only thing I can think of is this isn't being called. No, because we're seeing start. So we know this is being called because this is being called. Our problem is that this never runs. It helps if we connect it. Transition timer.connect on timeout for transition done. Start. Done. All right. Add is going to start here in 30 seconds. It will take about a minute and a half. I'm going to get caught up on messages real quick and go to the bathroom, and we will be back in right under 2 minutes. All right. Be right back, guys. Alright. We are back. Let me just flip our screen back over. You guys can see everything, right? There we go. That looks good. So let's add this back in and add this back in. Our timing is still off on when we pause, but we're able to unpause. I was expecting one process frame to be enough. It's obviously not. Funk start. Start. No. Transition start. Void. We're going to put these in here, and then we're going to call this call deferred transition start. Let's try that. Oh. How do we await self dot? Oh, I've got an idea. Let's grab. Let's look at this scene. Specifically, we want to know tree entered first. Okay. So if we connect tree entered to transition start. Oh, and then we await on get tree dot frame. Process frame. Process frame. Print start. Print end. Transition timer, connect timeout, transition done. It will pause the tree and start the timer within this transition, which is after tree entered. Maybe we need to do on draw. Yeah, it's not calling our stuff. So let's try the trigger to be draw. It's too late. Or sorry, not too late. It's too early. We don't want to fit here. Let me test something. We know this is going to be jank here in particular. The enemy snapping into position afterwards is the biggest complaint I have, to be honest. It doesn't do the box. Enemies getting repositioned is really weird, though. Because they don't need to be repositioned. If we actually open up this scene, there's no enemy here. We don't dynamically add our enemies, they're in the scene. Okay. I'm wondering if we just hide this. Because if we set my thought process here is because if we change the visibility on player to false, we might be able to trigger it into okay, let's remove all this. I think this goes into the game object is what I'm trying to say. So let's move this back into game object. Game script. The game scene is what technically it's called. Okay, so we're in the game scene. This is stopped right. Yeah, okay, good. We need to transition timer 0.5. It's a one shot, not auto start, always process. And it will do this. Dot start. And then down here, we will bind to timeout. Print test. Let me just double check this is all working. I am getting printouts on all of these cases. Test, okay. And so let's set get tree dot paused equal true. I'll go ahead and await on get tree dot frame just for any delays we can possibly get, and then get tree dot paused equals false. Right, we need it to not run if current string of current level equals menu return. Little snap. Okay, let's go to scene 1 so we can go ahead and fix this problem already. 2D. I want this node, which is roughly 500, negative 150. Negative 150, 500. It's backwards. Negative 150, 500. I need to fix the styling on the walls for sure. Okay. Let's go to level 2, and then we're going to do the same negative 150 because we're using the same level, 500. It goes black when we're here, but it's not black when we're up here. Let's see if it transitions to black when we snap in. No. Why is that? What if we change when we enable lighting? Let's go to our script. We're going to change the lighting enabling. So if we don't do this, let's do that, and then we'll do if string current level equals character select. I guess technically we don't need to do a scene transition for a character select either. So we could do this, or this. So if it's either of these, return. And then part of that would be in here, so we don't enable it lighting. But I'm going to fully disable this. What I want to know is if we do this. Not what we need to be delaying on enabling. It's tied to player visibility. So if we go to the game scene, we toggle player visibility here. So let's change this to be in here instead. If either of these, so we do that. We shouldn't get a delay. What are you doing, little kitty? Okay. We can't call this. Do I have auto start on this? No. Print. Start. Current level. Wow. Did I misspell? I did. Care actor. It is not perfect. It ends here for some weird reason. What's the... It's gonna be level 1. It's ending off over here, which makes no sense. I guess maybe it's tied to the nav mesh. So if I clear that and run it, we don't have an nav mesh now. See how it's way over here. Am I getting weird visibility things over here? No. What if I add a wall across here? So let's do the wall layer. Just put a wall behind my character. I want to test two things with this. One, doesn't fix that. Doesn't fix that. It's not getting lighting on this is the problem. And since it doesn't have anything for lighting, it's showing up gray instead of black. So can we change our project settings. Window maybe? I want to know if there's a way to Godot, change, empty background color. Project settings, rendering. Environment. Default clear color. We'll add something to this eventually to give us background as the goal. Same here. We've got it set up for it already. Oh, did you see that? What is this down here that was showing up? Is it trying to render the character and then shift it? And so we're getting light from the character on the very bottom, and then it's shifting the camera to match. Whoops. Because this is supposed to be with a point where, because if we leave this disabled, when we load in, I'm calling it twice. Okay, well, let's just remove it from here, I guess. I think this is what turns the light on and off, by the way. Okay, there we go, there we go. If I set it to visible now. There we go. Boom. That fixes our overlapping background issue, or like outside visibility. That fixes our transition issue, because now what we can do, we do need to set, when we start, we also need to set this to false. So when we do the transition start, the first thing we want to do before that is set this to false. And so what we can do now, we pop in, we run over here. I just noticed something. I'm going to redo this. I just want to double check. So boom, going. Pop into here, I let off. We have velocity still. So we also want to set $player.velocity equals vector to 0.0, 0.0, 2.0. I need to get used to doing that. Wait a second. Okay, I did. Let's not do it here. In our exit scene, where is our, here we go. Call next map. Let's also do body.velocity equals 0 and body.state equals Player script, player script. State, player state. Is player state dot idle. Doesn't have that like tick to sit. Maybe we can await. Get tree dot frame, so we can process a single frame. Then we can call this. Maybe that'll get it to transition to our idle correctly. Still getting the transition right here at the end. Maybe it's better if we do a physics frame. That's technically what we would do our movement off of, so. Should we call deferred in here, maybe? This should be doing what we want. It's not. Because we're setting our velocity in idle. I think our next physics frame is going to try and undo what we just set here. So that's probably not helping, actually. So maybe we can do this in here. Again, we're going to need this. If we do, instead of process frame, let's physics frame. I think this is going to have the same problem. Oops. I think this has the exact same problem. Maybe we can... Oof. Whatever, it's not important. We got other more important things we need to be dealing with, and we're running out of time very quickly, so leave it. It's not hurting anything. We can transition between levels. We are lacking in levels, so I think that's what we need to address first and foremost. The level 1, let's go ahead and pop into 2D on this. We're just going to delete these guys. Let's go ahead and clear up our floor layers. So we're just going to do rectangle clear. And then we're going to do our wall layers with rectangle clear. And then let's do floor layer. Let's paint in our floor. Again, we're doing this checkered pattern. I am going to ignore a lot of things we should be doing. Actually, should we create hallway structures? That way we can just stamp them in. Let's not worry about it for now. Let's add in our walls. No, walls. We want this wall. this is effectively our learner level, so we don't want to go make this too much. We transition straight across. Eventually we hit an end piece. We're gonna do an end. Oh, right. We need to go to our exit. Let me do our exit scene real quick. I just noticed I'm using the wrong wall for that. We want this wall. This needs to be 3 tall. That, and that. And then we need a bar across the bottom, and then, nope, that in the center. Now we're consistent. I do need to fix how we're painting this, actually. Bucket tool. We need... No, I need to go to the tile set for this, and I need to paint our physics layer. These uppermost walls should have no physics collision on them, so let's remove that area, and then we're going to paint this with nothing. For all of them to have upper boundaries like this. Not for these. And then not for this one, because this is a vertical one we never use. I should fix one of our problems. Right. We got wall layer. We need this and this in that order. And then we need this going all the way across. And we need this. Then let's do the same going this way for a ways. And then we'll do a border across the top going there, and we'll do that there. And then we will add this on that last one to make that look good. And then we want to transition all the way across, no matter which of those we use. They look identical to me. I don't see a difference between those 2 tiles. Same with these 2. All right, so this gets us a hallway that we should be able to walk around, interact with, yada yada stuff. We can move into the exit. Technically, we can walk on the other side of this top one. Not the middle one, though. Not the bottom one. So we can walk through here. Let's do here. And then we'll have our next wall here. So we will do bottom wall segment. We will do a center wall segment. We will do an upper wall segment. Let's corner up. I think this is the one we want here. And then we want a segmenting wall. No. That. Maybe this would be easier if we painted a 2-wide path everywhere we wanted the character to be able to traverse. Let's do floor, tile map. I want to work quickly on this, so we're just going to something like this. It needs to be 3 wide because this technically is traversable as well. In the case here, we also have that. Hang on, I just got a text message. Let me just check things. It is a reminder for tomorrow. Not a problem for today. Let's draw a square. Something like that, maybe. And then we can come across. We want to introduce, let's say, a room of some kind in here. Something like that, maybe. We could connect it to another room over here. Something like that, maybe. Let's bring a walk up through here. We'll connect this in a loop. Do you want up, Nate? Try again. This first one's gonna be fairly straightforward, fairly quick. Maybe we don't do this actually. Maybe we do add it over here though. Let's expand. Let's do that. Ow. Your claws are so sharp. Why do you have to stab me with them? Let's do something like that. And then I guess we could do a hall connecting them and maybe something along those lines. Technically, these entrances are supposed to be forward. So 4, 4, 4. There's 3. Oh. There's 4, 4, 4. And then let's move our exit structure. Right. Wall. Let's do something like that. And then floor. We'll go ahead and remove that. And let's go to our exit structure. It needs to be roughly centered. It's not super important that it's centered, but it does need to be roughly centered. We do want it to line up correctly, though. That looks right. Can I turn on like grid snapping for this? Is that an option? Smart snap. Grid snap, that's what I want. It's off center slightly, but you're not going to notice it when you're running through here. Alright, let's also... How do I handle this? Let's go back to our wall layer. We only have upper transitions. Oh, we do have these, but it's only like that. I guess we can do it. That's fine. Technically not wrong. But this is a 3 tall, and now we're down to a 1 tall. That feels real off. All these are inner wall transitions, though. We can get outer wall perspective transitions, but that's not right. I don't even know what these are supposed to be for. I have all of these transitions to work with around corners and stuff going like on the outer edges and away from walls, but I don't have anything to end a wall section except for this one option. First off, it's that same color. Yeah, so this is meant to be shadowed. So I can look for the shadow transitions on how it would connect in, but like some of these are literally just like flipped. And so I could like take this and flip it and get this verbatim, no problems. So the right half of this technically doesn't have to exist. Except for these two, I don't know what they're there for. But that being said, we're missing things like cornering around this transition and stuff. So the only thing I can think to do here is we do this, which looks a little jank. But we don't really have much of an option. And then we transition into a wall segment. Oops. Like this. We need to pick one of the two walls on the interior. No, we don't, because they're not directly next to each other, so that's fine. We can then use the same cornering perspective, I guess. Man, I don't want to use this wall here. I kind of want it to just end. Is there a... There's no good... I mean, I guess we could rotate this. What if I rotate this that way and place it in here? Not all we want. There's no, like, just like, I want a half tile wall running down through here, or even a full tile wall. I could, I guess what we could do, it doesn't transition well. But if we delete this, and we take the end cap wall segment, not that one, this one, yeah. And that goes there, and that goes there. It's weird that these are out of order, but these aren't. So if we transition like that to the wall end, then we can use these up through here. All right, I need to use the paint tool. We can do that. This has got a hard border across the bottom and the other ones don't. Is that a problem here too? No, it's not a problem because we expect the wall to go all the way down to there. Okay, so I need this one is our centerpiece. We already have that, and I need this. That solves that problem. Okay, so we do that. We do that across there. Now we follow the wall pattern that we did in here, and so our in-room segments have those, but it makes our hallways look a little odd. We would just repeat this that we did, which was this segmentation. We just draw it along here. Do that. Okay, and then we can run the wall like we did here. So if we take this, run it to the edge, we take this, cap the edge, bottom, center, bottom, that one too, and this, center. Oh, right, center, bottom, top, top, bottom, center. And then when we get to the top, we can do the 3 tall. We want it to show 2, which means we go like that. Because now we can foil layer. We are not using this. It's not visible to us and will not be pathable. Neither is this row. And neither is this or this. This drastically reduces the likelihood of having issues with the pathing if we remove AI pathing, if we remove tiles that we know are not pathable. Wall layer. There we go. And then we go back to walls and we can add back in the pathing segments. We want to do a 3 tall corner transition over here. That's going to be the same thing we're going to want to do here. And then we're going to want to do the 3 tall corner transition here. Getting a lot of messages today while we're streaming. I always got to check my text messages just to make sure it's not my partner trapped on the road somewhere. All right. We want to bring this segmentation over to the corner, which we do it this way, which will be this, and then we bring these 2 across. We bring these 2 across, and then we bring these 2 across. And then we want to grab the wall segment from there and run it down. Okay. Let's take the walls up and over. So we want a wall transition to pop up and then corner over. So the exact opposite of what we're doing all through here. Right, this is one of the ones we ran into issues with. There are no good wall segmentation options for this. I think we just have to stick with this, That just has to be how we handle the wall there, I think. And then we do 3 tall corner segmentation, which would be something like this. That's the minimum we can do. Make this work. I have to move this down 1. Or I move all of this up 1. Let's do that. Square, select. Undo. I don't want to be in our tile map, so I'm not painting. Oh, can I do that? Select. Up 1. Not 1 pixel. Alright, so let's do this. There we go. Okay, and then I can do... Nope. This up 1. Alright, and then I just need to pop that back in. And this. Ain't that. We can do the corner segment like so. We still have a too wide hallway. This segment needs to go like that. How would we want to do the wall through here? I think we just paint it solid like that. I need to change how we're doing the occlusion layers to fix some of the issues, but this shouldn't have a problem. I don't think this will have a problem. So this is our center segment, so we can go through like that. 2 tall on this side. Nope, 3 tall on this. Right. Like that. And then we do our center segment through here. And then we do our top segment through here. And then again, we want to do a top segment through there. We have to keep in mind top segments do not block pathing though. We want to grab our floor. And since our top segments don't block pathing, this is going to get wonky. So we kind of need something out of the ordinary through here. Let's do tile map. Walls. This seems weird. What we can do is we can make this always block. Right? Yeah, we can do the collision on this one a little bit different. And then through here, we just can add the wall segmentation. It's easy enough. We just paint the wall all the way across. Paint this all the way across. Paint this all the way across. We can cut into it. And then we need a wall segment there. And then we can do let's draw a box for it, and we'll do line there, and then we'll do a line across there. We need an entryway. That might be a structure we create. Yeah, that should probably be a structure we create. That way we can always drop them in, and then we can set that as the spawn. I have a way in my mind that might work that we can just grab that, set a type for it, grab it, and then use it as the center of it as our spawn point every time. And then we can just automatically, as long as there's an entry point and an exit point, the level will be able to function. And so we need to bring the 3 tall segment here into that, and then we can delete this, and then we can bring a segmentation like so. Bring wall out to there, bring center out to there, bring lower out to there, and then we cap it. There. We now have walls. Let's do floors. Again, we're just gonna use the center tile. We need to button up that. Those look fine. Cross there and there. Let's go ahead and remove. Nah, let's leave it. That looks like a. Oh, I need to do wall. Wall. We need to fix our tile set now. Let's paint physics layer. I think in all of these cases, except for this one, it's correct. For these, I think we need to do something like that. This one is incorrect. So let's do that. Boom and boom. I think in all the other cases, it is actually correct now. And then the occlusion layer is the other thing we need to fix. All right, we want our occlusion layer to be something like this, I think. And we can set it there. 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 And then for a bunch of this, we don't want it to occlude at all. So center and bottom tiles don't occlude at all. So let's just go ahead and get rid of anything that's not with the other structure. All right, looks like our ad's gonna start here in 50 seconds. So let's try and get one more occlusion layer in then. This option should be taking an occlusion layer something like this. Oops. Do something like that for these L bracket ones. Oh, I should have grabbed the occlusion layer across top. If I just remove, and then shift these over. Whoops, I can't undo. have to come back to that in a second. So we can include like that, and then we can do the final occlusion layer is going to be a rotate right. We can do those. That is not the final one. All right, ads are running. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Hi, we are back. Coding. There we go. So let's flip this horizontally. Paint these now. And paint these. Paint that. Flip horizontally. Paint that. We missed one. Like so. Do we need to occlude on corners? I feel like we do. So let's do the top left one. I feel like it's gonna want to connect like so. Like that? No. No. It's got the inner here, which makes me think it wants to do this, and it also wants to go that way. So maybe that makes the most sense. Yeah, that looks the best. Okay. Flip. That, and then we'll flip that. We still need more on this. The problem with these occlusion layers like this is that it works. I'll just show you. I don't know where this is going to place us. Yeah, put us in a wall. I was a little worried about that. All right, let me fix our positioning. 128, 0. 128, 0. All right. Occlusion layers fixed. It looks a lot better than it did. We can see our walls now. We still can't go on them because, you know, they're walls. This is the problem. This is how this occlusion layer is working. So maybe on these upper ones, we actually need to be setting the occlusion layer one wide at the bottom. We don't actually see all the way up the walls. This way is not a big deal because we run around over here. Again, we still need to get a Y Z sorting. Ooh, I didn't think about that. So maybe we need it on the upper. This is meant to be an end piece, so I could just correct this one. So let's do that. Wall layer. We want to tile set. Paint occlusion layers. Okay, this one. See, this is meant to be an end piece, but we want to be able to see this side. So what we want to do is we want to run it the full length and bring it up. Something like that. And then flip horizontally. And that should solve that problem. It doesn't solve our weird occlusion layer issue for top pieces like that, though. So maybe this entire area needs to be occluded. I mean, we are using the 3 tall, so we would still have most of it visible, you know? I don't know how to do one-way occlusion through tiles. If I go to visibility, not visibility, if I go to occlusion enabled, draw order reverse, no, rendering quadrant, no, is it in here? There we go, rendering. What's UV clipping? I guess I have 2 options. With what I know and what is available to us, without having to do a bunch of research, I can either add collision to these top tiles to prevent you from getting into this weird area, or I can... What happens if I... Well, I can do single line occlusions, which means you're either on it or off of it. It also means we have the option of doing single line this way. So I could... you can't tell there's occlusions on that. Flip horizontally. What if I transition like so? I know we're using this one. I'll do that one as well. It's working. And you can see the ones that have the single line occlusions on them. It doesn't solve this whole, like, on the bottom side of it. I can move the occlusion line down to where you can see the wall. So if I go to the wall, tile map, nope, tile set, and we paint our physics layer, and I do something like this. and we just, all of these upper tiles that don't have any, we just add a little bit to the bottom. Our vision comes out of our feet, apparently. Where the camera is bound. So we can then, we take this and we take our occlusion layer. And we set it to the line style. On the same point, and all of our top tiles get it. Our corner ones are gonna have to have adjustments, but yeah, can you see the corner over here where it's going through? But that feels so wrong to me. Maybe we bring it on the edges. It just brings down a little bit along the edge so that can block vision around that corner. So let's do that real quick. Do I want to go all the way? I think we go all the way. Tile set. Occlusion layer. Let's just rotate right. This is our upper lower. Right. We need this to be all the way to the edge first off. And so we need a new point that goes here and a new point that goes here. And that'll give us this one. And then we can flip it horizontally to get this one. And then do we want upper, lower? We don't. I just realized we don't actually want this all the way across the top like that. We technically want this something like this. Here. And then we need to flip horizontally to get that one. And then we need to delete that line and move up to get this and this. And then we need to flip horizontally for this and this. So let's see how that works on our corners. This is what we'd expect on this side. This side, not so much. Like here, looks super weird. Here looks correct-ish. Maybe if we don't put it on the bottom one. Tile set. We are going to just remove, and then this is the bottom corner. So we'll hit that one. This is the bottom, so we'll hit that one. That's a lot better. It's still got this weirdness going on up here. Again, I hate that it does this on the edge over here. We need to fix our Y sorting. Ooh, and we have this problem too. We can come back to that one. We need to bring the edges in, maybe? So it aligns better with this. that's not good. I think we just have to assume that these are always going to be used in a weird way. Okay, let's... I think we need to make two assumptions here. One, we always do one wide on occlusion layers, just so we can see what's occluded and what's not. Because I am so confused with this picture on what we have and haven't gotten through. All right, so let's do that. When using these for cornering, also, I think we just need to, on what would be the lower side of all of these, is there ever a case where we don't want this wall segment in like the here? We don't want it to loop up on that. So let's do our occlusion layer. Boom, 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 and then back. And that would be the occlusion layer that we would want on this. And then if we shift these over one, that's the occlusion layer we'd want on something like this. But now we have this weird thing where there's this gap when these two tiles are, which we have technically any tile that has this would, which is this combination right here, would have this half height. So I think to fix all of these problems, we just need to change it to where our occlusion layer is always on the outer edge. Let's just not have overlap beyond. We just need to reduce our overlap, I think, and it fixes pretty much all of our problems. Okay, and then we need to flip horizontally, and we can do that one, and then we can find all of them facing this direction. Okay, and then let's drop those and bring it across, and now we can find all just pure horizontal ones. Just those two. And these. And then we rotate right, and then all vertical slices that have the inner on this side. And then flip horizontally, and we can get these. Oh, I missed one. Let's flip horizontally again so we can get that one. All right, and then we need these corner segments. To do corner segments, I think we just do this. That hits the corner there and there. And then if we flip horizontally, we can get the corner for that one. That one. Let's flip horizontally back for that one. I don't know what they're used for, but might as well hit them while we're in here. That one. I think the only ones we're missing now is how do we handle these? I think we just handle it like all the other vertical walls. And we just say this one goes like that. And then we flip horizontally and this one goes like that. And then we want to paint our physics layers. And then all of these that are half now need to increase to this line. So that we can't do the weird occlusion layer thing. And then these are going to be an odd one. Let's get a frame for it. The occlusion layer has us do this, but we don't do that on any of the other walls, so we shouldn't do that. Maybe something like that. I guess I could bring that in a little bit more. I think we should do that. And then flip horizontally, and we do that. tile set. We need to remove these. Oh, right. We need to go to the occlusion layer and remove these. And anything that doesn't have it painted on it, we just want to hit it with a clear palette. I think it should just be these, to be honest. Run. It looks a little weird having that, but I think it helps. I mean, maybe it doesn't, but I feel like it does. I can't get stuck in anything anymore. We don't have any weird gaps. We don't have any vision hiccups. More so than that. We do have cornering segments. Let's just remove those. It looks odd. Tile set. It is these right here. So if we just select that and then add in our points along the top like we do all the other vertical ones or horizontal ones, and then just drop that in like so. It is so hard to see what's going on because you can't see cornered coming up because we completely hide that. So maybe we reduce it because like this is the door. You can't tell until you're here. I do need to fix the occlusion layer for this one though. So we need to maybe we inset them. If we change this back to what we were doing before, inset it by 1. So just this on the these, just so we can see something, you know. Okay, and then the rotate right will give us this. And then flip will give us this. And then rotate left so we can get these that I missed. And then we need to do our corner pieces, which is bring in 1, bring in 1. Something like that. Get the corners. And then we just need to flip horizontally so we can get these corners. We have this gap. That's why we're doing the outer edge. We'll come back to that in a sec. Let's go up into the corner. I mean, logically speaking, we do this. But will that line up? It would be on a wall segment like this. It wouldn't. So we need something like that, which then won't line up with this. So we technically need something like that. I mean, I guess we could. Flip horizontally. Flip horizontally. The only problems we have now are the spots where we connect. We're using these as corner connectors. Like here. Technically, we're using these ones as corner connectors. So I could just have these exact ones tick up, but we also use these in our doorways right now, although this uses a different one that's more fluid. I need to put tiles here. So I think we ignore that. And we just assume it's going to always corner like this, because it does pretty much everywhere. In which case we would want something like... So instead of a bar going across, because it insets, I think we want something like that. Because it's going to connect to one of these pieces, which is inset a little bit. And so we flip horizontally into that. It's going to be wonky in our entrances, but we need to replace those anyways. See what I mean by wonky here. But these need replaced regardless. Everywhere else should line up and connect properly. Ooh. This is still having that same problem around this doorway, because this is blocking vision completely. Floor layer. Let's paint in some floor. This is completely blocking our vision. Can we have a version of it that doesn't occlude? What if I just remove it? How jank does that look? So if we go to our exit scene and we just look pretty jank. Wait. That's a special thing. Tile set. Entryways. Nope. I need to look at the tile set for our wall layer. It is a special thing. I don't remember which one of these it is. This one? It looks like this one. It is this one. Okay. Tile set. Occlusion. Nope, that's physics layer. Wall. Entryway. None of this should be painted. This is the wall right here. We actually are doing collision on these. This is a special case we don't. We should probably do something like this though. Maybe we do that. Maybe we even do that. That. And then we bring it up to that. And then flip horizontal like that. Something like that. And then we do our occlusion layer. And instead of occluding all the way up here, let's bring our occlusion layer down for this and flip horizontally this. And then we will change the occlusion layer to something like that. Flip horizontally that. Again, ignore this. We'll replace it with a proper doorway. We'll have to address that. Maybe we can smooth that corner. Let's change this collision shape so we can actually see the room we made. I guess I gotta paint it out like something like that. The wall layer, tile set, paint on occlusion can go something like that. Flip horizontally like that. And then if we change setup, this is the one we're using. So I'm just going to go ahead and like so. And then just to simplify this process for me when I'm selecting these. Select. All right, I should probably add a wall layer. Level 1. Level 1. There we go. Wall layer. You do have it. Yes. Entryway. Boom. Boom. Now we can do walls. And we can do the other wall option so we don't have that line. There we go. And then the only thing we're missing from this now is the entryway structure. Which we had to do as its own thing. Which means I need to go to, where do we save it at? It would be under exit. Generics layer. Generics. Tile set. This needs to be save as. Where did I save my tile sets? It's under assets. Yes. Save as. We're going to do up a folder and we're going to go to assets. Here they are. And we can do generics. Now, in all of our levels, add child node, generic, tile map layer, generics layer. And then we will attach the tile set on a quick load. Generics. We can go to our entryways. We are currently using these. I need to modify those, it looks like. Let's go to our generic layer, tile set. We are going to modify these to have one wide, which can do it all the way across. And then we will flip horizontally and do every other. And then we'll reduce it to something like this. Flip horizontally, and we'll do the other side. I don't like that. Hang on just a second. I hear something that sounds kind of like a child crying, so I'm gonna go check on that real quick. I'll be right back. Apparently I'm hearing things. All right, let's get back into it. I need to wrap things up here fairly soon, though, unfortunately. I would like to get it to where our construction stuff is done, so we can rapid pop out levels. Again, I don't like that. Let's just remove occlusion completely from our entryways, maybe. Just put something like that. We have occlusion set on that. Okay, well, let's go to our wall layer, entryways, here. Oh, right, tile set, entryways, here. Let's pump those off and then do that. And maybe we do something like boom, 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 boom. Maybe that's what we want to do. Kind of want to go up more. Could just make it steeper. Okay, let's try that. Toss it. Let's raise it up here, like that. We can do that. Do that. Try something like that. Oh, I really do like this utilization of it, to where, you know, there's a blind spot. But maybe we just line it up on how this occludes for a little wedge and call it good. Which means, oh, I forgot to paint it. Flip horizontally. That's why it seems like it didn't have an impact. All right, this looks a lot better from this angle. I don't like the bottom portion of it. So maybe we just drop that and plug that in like that. Paste that there, flip, paste it there. It brings it down just a tiny bit. That makes them a lot more visible. Still not what I would call great, but they are way more visible now. Oh, what is this? We do have a gap. Okay, that gap is... We should treat these like intersection points, because that's what they're intended to be. So if we go to our tile set and we find the walls, and then we look at our junctions, specifically these. Right. They are not intersection points. They are used as corners. Do we just overlap it anyways? I guess we could align the edge against this edge. Because if we bring this over so it runs along the edge, I guess we could do it just on the corner too, to be honest. So instead of having it inner, we could... It's only ever on this segment, to be honest. At least so far. I think this is going to have a problem too, now that I'm looking at it. No, we cornered that one up. I mean, we could corner this in both directions. So if we bring it something like here, here, there, There. Oh, we would need this to go down, and then we need another one to go here, and then we need this one to go over, and another one to go here, and then here. Oh. Something like that. That would connect up. Technically, we could also trim those. No. Then we flip horizontally. There should be a mirrored one over here. It's gonna be a little weird, but we have a little section like that, but it fixes the vision problem. And then anywhere we have corners, it's gonna make our corners a little more blind, which isn't ideal. I need to shift this back like 1 pixel. We can actually now see into the room. All right, let's, yeah, exit. There we go. We should introduce an entrance structure as well that we can place in. This is a weird one. I want our entrance structures to be, I guess we could do the inverse, down. Our exit structures come in from the top, and our entrance structures come like that. It would work. Fits the stairs. Don't have a better idea. Exit scene. We are going to duplicate, and we're going to call enter scene. All right. We do not need our collision shape. We do need to set our center point, though. What are we doing? Undo. Oh, redo. We're just gonna do that. All right. Our center point, our 0, 0, needs to always be this. That's our center. This is where our character will spawn every time. Walls above. Walls above are going to be a 3 tall. Let's shift it over 1. And 3 tall. Offset 1. Connect. 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 And then we will grab this to drag down. And then we'll grab this to drag down. Technically, we could use these. No, because I want to use. Where's that? I want to use this. So we need to make that work, which is going to involve that. Nope. Those two. Those two. And then across the top, I think we just do these. And we just assume it's always going to connect into a wall continuation kind of thing. And we can do the same on exit. Solve some problems. Just realized I offset all of this incorrectly. Oh no. I was gonna make room for the stairway, and I didn't. If I wanted to use this stairway, first off, we could just do boom, boom. It's weird that this segment is behind, but the segment's on top. Is it because I have Y sorting enabled for floor layer? No. This has Y sorting on. Odd. If we do something like this, the intention is that we're going from above. Oh, that will work. All right, so generics layer. Let's grab this full structure and place it something like that. Comes from above. I don't know why this has a border on it. Is this one? This one has a border too. Weird. Did this one have a border? It does also. That's so weird. I don't know why they would do that. This should be fully transparent around the edge. We don't have time to fix it. So this is our stairway coming from above. Player can start here. I guess we could add a collision layer to our stairway to make it feel a little more natural. Tile set, generics, paint, physics layer. The wall is going to prevent us from going up past that point. So realistically, we just need up past this point. Yeah, so we need the we need it right bound. We just need something like that. Flip that. And then that. That's kind of all we need to do the collision layer stuff. I guess we could add the... Let's do something like this. Helps if I add it to the scene. Floor layer. Let's go ahead and finish things off. That's a wall. Floor. Floor. Alright, that's done. We need generics. Entryways. We'll just do that to distinguish it. We need it enabled, but we can't enable it. Generics entry. No, I want generics. Let me define the origin. It's a tile set. Generics. Y-sort origin. I don't know why it's showing tiles over it, because floor layers don't do Y sorting. Oh, is that the problem? The floor layer isn't Y sorting? It's interesting. Okay, let's set it back to... I think it was 0. On generics, we painted those. Right, we need to place it still. This is enter scene called enter. Doesn't need a script. We just need to grab center point. So if we go back to level 1, we should be able to just cut a hole in the wall here. Let's offset it slightly. And then if we drag our enter scene, enter. Enter. Damn it. You are exit. Rename. Exit. You are enter. Rename. E. Where you rename to exit. And rename to enter. Enter scene called enter. Exit scene called exit. And then exit enter. Something like that. And then we just need to grab the entrance every time, which the easiest way to do that is going to be to find a node by name in our level script. So function of ready will void, and let's have it print get node by name of enter. I don't know if that's an option for us. We can try. Let's get child. No. Get node. I'll just try it. No. If we do /root/ structures/inter. No. What if I do capital S structures, capital E inter? No. If I remove root. That works. So as long as it's always under a structures container and named inter, we will be able to get it. If var entrance equals that, if entrance not equal to null, we want to find GD script find center of node. Print entrance dot global position. In theory, that looks like it's working. Okay. This does when it's ready. We should be able to do player start equals this. Probably not going to work if I'm going to guess. Yeah, because we need it to wait for the ready function to execute. So we need to go to game scene. No, technically we need the game script. We grab find child, sets child. Where do we set player position? Here. If map is level, can we wait on map.ready? We'll go ahead and print map.player start. The value is incorrect, but it's getting a value. And if we don't do that logic, we get a different value. So if we go to, I got so many of these open, level. So if we don't do this, it should be 0. 128, 0. That's the value that's being set. Okay. So it is, in fact, getting a global position. So, but if I just do position, I'm wondering if we need to run like a toGlobal or something on it. Entrance dot to global. 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 Entrance dot global. I feel like it's something like global position. I feel like I do a toGlobal in here somewhere. I do. toGlobal. level. So let's do global. It is within the context of this, which I don't think is correct for us. No. So what if we do entrance as a node 2D? So we should be able to do dot to global of entrance dot position. We don't need the outer to global. We ended up outside of the walls. Interesting. Maybe we do a to local of the global. Maybe we just don't need the global reference. This is the exit. This is not the entrance. It's like it's getting an absolute. Because if we were to shift to a negative y, it's gonna be weird. But I'm gonna change this player start to just be the negative y of this. So if we were to just say player start dot y equals times equals -1. Oh, it's so close. This to the right of this is the entrance. It is off. It's definitely off. I don't know why it's so far off. It's not a too global on this. It's not too local on this. Maybe it's a too local on global position. Not worth it. All right. We don't need to make it dynamically. We can just go to our level scene, and then we can pop this into 2D. And we can just say, hey, your start position is level 1. Your start position is an X of 1056. A Y of 512. Negative 512. All we're missing from this scene is some enemies. And we have our first level complete. So let's do that. Enemies. I'm running out of steam quick, so I need to wrap this up pretty soon. Entities, enemy scene. I'll drop 1 enemy, 2 enemy, 3 enemy, and 4 enemies. All right, the first one we will put at this corner. Oh, we need to bake our navigation too. The second one we will put, let's put here. Let's add 1 here. And the last one we'll put in the hall here. Again, their vision's gonna rotate. Randomly. It's gonna pick a random direction. That's what I was looking for. We might need to change that so it isn't random. Or at the very least, so they like rotate around. Yeah, because if you get lucky on a random draw here, you don't even have to engage with enemies at all. The intention here, let's see if it gives you us one that's more what we were expecting. The intention here is that, oh, that guy's looking there, so I can just draw him in, ditch him in here. I forgot to bake the navigation. Let's try that again. Navigation. We are going to remove our existing mesh. We are going to pop in points along here. Damn it. Can't undo a point once you click it in. All right, we're going to just hit the corner sections. It's going to go to here, up, over. Actually, let's do this all on the outside. That seems like the easiest way to do it. We'll just pop the outer edges. I'm trying not to introduce too much noise outside of the navigable region to reduce the likelihood of random oddities with the AI. So if we do that, bake. Oh, that is way too narrow. We are supposed to have this hallway taller. Okay, well, let's grab this entire mesh and shift it up. So we need to grab... Let's start with entrance. We can just kind of shift this out of the way as needed. Let's grab our wall layer. And select. So we should be able to... Map. Wall layer. Select. Just one tile up. Walls. I can click that, and then I can paint there. And then I can select that, and I can paint there. And then we go to floors, and I can select floor, and I can draw a line there. And then I can select our entrance, and I can bring it back. All right, and then we can go back to our navigation mesh, and we can just drag this corner to match the new bounding area. Bake. Hey, we got cornering, pathing, and stuff like that. So something like this. We see that guy's there. We grab him. We draw him in here. Interesting that he struggles so much with that corner. I don't like that. All right, we ditch him. This is kind of what I was thinking you'd have to do to get through some of these. Next level. That was the thought process we were going for. All right. I feel like it needs a lot of work. For sure. Like a lot of work. But I feel like we're in a pretty good spot overall. We're lacking severely in polish. We're lacking in levels. Most importantly, levels. That being said, we have entrances and exits. We have the ability to assign spawn locations to levels. We've got our structural spawning for it. So we've kind of got all the tools in place to rapidly do our iteration on building levels. So future levels should come together pretty quick and easy. We fixed all of our, collisions, all of our collision layers, all that stuff. So with that in mind, it is 4 p.m. local time for me. I need to get some stuff wrapped up. So I am going to hop off of here and go handle some things. Again, thank you all for joining me. I will probably be streaming some on Friday. I don't make any promises, but there's a very high chance that at least some of the day on Friday will be spent streaming. So if not, I will handle some things offline and get this submitted because it has to be submitted by end of day Friday. So that will be done. And then we will talk through whatever is handled either Friday if we're on stream, or if not Friday, then it will be Tuesday, our standard streaming schedule. So yeah, thanks for joining me today. And I am going to set up a raid for those on Twitch with me. See who's online. Looks like Hypnotic Games is on, so we are going to hop over to there and raid him real quick. Again, catch the stream on Friday if the notification pops up. If not, I will see you all on Tuesday. Bye.